Good day, you good dunce. How the flippin' hell are we doing? Orcris and Patrick taking first and second. Thanks for the lurk, Patrick. Dex got third. Nice. We're prototyping some puzzles today. Yeah. Seeing if we can get anything. Because there's a few that I'm unsure of. I want to test some fluid sim stuff. See if we can get fluid properly running. This game's also going to be a lot more high poly than Bobble Shop Sim. It's not going to be low poly. It's going to be a high poly game. Maybe we start tinkering and designing the robots as well. Like the robot assistants. And thinking about what the scientist will look like. Yes. A lot to do today. So, let's start it off by not doing anything. I don't think we have people here for words yet, so... G'day, Random. How you doing? How are ya? Gamer, you late? But yeah, I think we'll start off with, what do you call it? What do you call it? The thingamajig. The fluid, yeah. Hot sauce, of course. Wouldn't expect Hilden to do anything else. Let's see. Go there. Expect me to fall for that? Please. Amateur. Let's see. Go there. Yoink. Now I can check. Damn it. Knew they were going to do that. Knew they were going to do that. 4 by 1080p. What? $250 streak. God damn. 4K hot sauce. Alright. Go there. Start pushing this up. Let's check you. I can go there. They cannot say that that was a misclick. No way. Alright. So. The reason why I have it set up this way is because this is going to be specifically for docs. Whereas this one's going to be for everything else. So first things first. Our first logic puzzle. First logic puzzle. I don't want that to be the shape box. I don't want it to be the shape box. Maybe I do make it the shape box. Maybe I do make it the shape box. Connect pipes. I could do that. Like, they would need to have progression. So if we start with like the shape box, what would be the next puzzle after that? So, because I can't just have like different types of logic puzzles. It would need to be like at least a continuation of each. Because the puzzle boxes, more simple puzzle box that takes 3 to 5, or that has 3 to 5 locks that need to be opened. The second puzzle box, different types of pipes. Nah. I mean, now that is something we could do for our fluid dynamics. We could have different liquids in the pipes for each of the puzzles, and each of the liquids has a different viscosity and density and weight. And that changes what you need to do. Yeah. Also, is there anything such as an electrical pipe? Or is it just electrical cables? Do they run electrical cables through pipes? I'm sure they do, right? I'm certain they run cables through pipes. Yeah. Conduit. Alright. I remember some old puzzle pipe variation from 98 era, where it was like phone lines. And you're talking about like the one where it was a grid and you had to place the different pipe shapes to like get it from one end to another sort of thing, right? It's usually for burying. Yeah, like the cables they bury underground for like internet and stuff like that. Yeah. So it was that type. It was for phone lines. Now, it's interesting to pick phone lines for that. What was the thing coming through it? Was it a phone call that was like making its way through the wire? I'm installing Fedora on one of my workstations, and the GUI installer interprets all the BTRFS snapshots as a different Linux instance. So under currently installed, it says unknown Linux, unknown Linux, unknown Linux, unknown Linux. Akari's logic puzzle, if you ask me. It is. It is a logic puzzle, but I don't want my logic puzzles here to just be, here's an Akari, here's a Sudoku, here's a block puzzle. Yeah? So like the second one will be like shape box. All shapes have their own slot that is designed for the shape to go through. Player can complete this puzzle in multiple ways. Yeah, maybe we... What if there was something to do with the ground? Like, what if there was a puzzle? I could do that as one of the puzzle boxes. So I'm thinking like down here. Down here we go. Puzzle box is simultaneously what? In the room and is the room. So with that one, we'll be able to do some stuff where like you've got to do something with the floor. And that causes one of the things on the puzzle box to unlock. Yeah. Something like that. G'day, Bilbo. How you doing? Graveyard puzzle. Put the right bodies back to the right graves, along with their belongings. That sounds like something you would find in Escape Room Simulator. Yeah. My first thought about Grand Royhead puzzles is graves. When we hit 100% for 24-hour stream, we hit it last night. So what we're doing, Bilbo, is today's going to be regular, two streams. So this morning's stream and tonight's stream. Tomorrow I'll take the day off and kind of just rest up and make sure that I've got enough energy. And then Sunday we do the 24-hour stream. We go through into Monday. Yeah, that's the idea. Tomorrow we sail towards Morrowind. This one here, so if we have the shape box as the first one. What I'm thinking down here is for the first puzzle here, we have something like I don't want to call it a musical piano because a piano is musical. But like the one that automatically plays itself. What are they called? Is it just a self-playing piano? Pianola. A pianola. Pianola is playing in the room. I think this one might be like the third puzzle, actually. Give the ease the player into the sound thing. So it's like piano is playing in the room. There is do I want it to be do I want it to be musical based? Because like up here we could do like different sounds. No, not different sounds. Because I want these sound-based puzzles to be different forms of sound-based puzzles. So like one of them, there'll be like a Morse code hidden within the sound that you need to kind of pick up. Or you'll need to combine multiple sounds in a certain way to get a code output, that type of thing. Yeah. I'm also trying to decide if I want to use a grid system for designing it all. I don't think so. Morse code, there are multiple different sentences in same audio depending on the note of the sound. You don't want memory-based puzzles. If I'm introducing memory into the puzzles, then I would want it to be in here in the logic puzzle list we have one puzzle further down, like the sixth puzzle references or like requires you to remember something from the second puzzle or something like that. Yeah. That's the only time I'd want memory to sort of come into it. Yeah, but I feel like that stuff is best left to the secret puzzles. Because the secret puzzles, I don't want them to be just another set of rooms. I want them to be stuff that are placed throughout the regular puzzles. But if you're not paying attention, you're not going to see them. Yeah. Let's switch these two around for a moment. Alright, so... it is playing certain notes out of tune and needs to be corrected. Something like that. You know? Or, something like that. I don't know what I want the solution to be, though. So, I'll leave that like that. I'm going to take this, put there. Hit 24-hour stream goal? We did. That doesn't mean that I'm doing the 24-hour stream now. I'm doing the 24-hour stream on Sunday. Alright, just before people start being like, ooh, 24-hour stream today. No. Stop that right now. So are you losing any money today, Cam? Virtual piano with strings that one can tighten and loosen. And if you tighten it too much, it snaps and game over. Nah, that doesn't feel like a puzzle. The puzzle is hearing the correct tune. Not everyone knows what the correct tune sounds like, though. That's why I'd want it to be like one thing out of tune, or that is just like distinct enough for people to go, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, so they can still pick up on it. And then the question is, what do you do with that information? What can our first logic puzzle be? So second one would be the shape box. So obviously that's pretty simple. Like maybe I should make that the first. I don't know. How would we do that? Obviously we don't have a puzzle box yet, but match correct key with the door. Nah. Like, that's the thing. I don't want it to... I don't want the puzzles to be too obvious. as to what you're supposed to do. And I also feel like matching the key with the correct door is very similar to the shape box. If you know what I mean. I feel it's very similar to that. I might... Maybe? No. Because that would require multiple doors and like... Piano is wired to be a bomb, and the only way to correctly dismantle the bomb is to cut all the out-of-tune wires. No. No. That starts to approach the, what do you call it? What's that game where you have, like, one person in the VR headset, like, with the device, and the other person is reading from, like, the book of the different puzzles and stuff? It's like, don't panic and everybody lives. Something like that. What's it called? Bomb defusal game. Keep talking and nobody explodes, that's it. Keep talking and nobody explodes. One player's got this in front of them, and the other player is like reading out the different instructions from stuff. And that gets close to puzzle box territory. Now I'm yet again contemplating the cardinal sin of programming, learning Java. Ew. What the hell is wrong with you? Let's change this to be a mesh instance. I want to see... Where can we go? I guess we can have a look on Fab. Yeah, I didn't think there would be any shape box on here. So we might need to make that first. Or at the very least, like, set up a box. Got oops. 0.125. And then there would be multiple area 3Ds. Star Sector and Zomboid and other stuff is Java. And I wonder why it is so. They have some infernal knowledge I'm not privy to because my lack of arcane knowledge of Javaism. I mean, is Project Zomboid Java? Huh. There you go. There you go. Did the unthinkable and open the game files. It has bundled in Java. I wonder if they did the bundled in Java for modding support. I could see them doing that. Especially when you got things like Minecraft that are Java based, which has like huge modding support. That feels like it could be. That feels like it could be it. They have like shape detection. We add Collision Body 2. What's this complaint about? Whatever. So in here, maybe make it a little bit smaller because obviously there's going to be like the outer mesh. Pop this one. We go like make unique. So we can have that's the thing. How do I want the player to be able to do I want them to be able to do it like as a physics thing? Or do I want them to be able to like do I want them to just go over and then it's like interact with a sphere, like they interact with an object and it automatically puts the shape through there. I feel like the first option provides a better experience. So that means we're going to need the shapes to be... we're going to need the collision shapes. So we'll need some complex collision shapes. Star Sector also has a ton of mods, even if it's very niche. Yeah. Yeah, like Java's definitely good for modding support. So if we take... if I had the puzzle box, I had I had like a triangle, square, a star, a hexagon, a circle, sort of thing. Like, how would we do the collision so that they like try to put it through? Because I wouldn't want to have the collision shape be too Well, I wouldn't want it to be like a convex that goes around the entire mesh. I feel that's too complex for a collision shape. But if it's the only complex collision shape, maybe it is possible. So that's something else I can do as well. I could have an achievement for that. Instead of letting them, well, like, instead of trying to fix any bugs around them, like putting the shape through the hole, through like the slots for the different shapes. So like if they somehow manage to move fast enough to like get the shape into the box, without like, so it like glitches through the box's walls, sort of thing, I can just have an achievement for that instead of being like, yeah, no, you're not allowed to play it that way. I like that idea. Maybe not an achievement, but like an in-game thing. No, David, why? Why? What, Sammy? What? What? Tasty coffee. I finished Travelers. Ah, right. Yeah. I like how they set it up for like a potential new season. They set it up for a potential 4th season, but then just nothing happens. Yeah, it's like, it's also a very good stopping point. Like, it's a very smart stopping point. Yeah, so if they pick it up and they like move it, yeah. We could potentially go. I think that's something I am going to do. I think do I want to, like, can I make my game with Godot using just C++ without having to compile them as extensions and hook them up that way? Yeah. We did finish the goal, Sammy. We did. Because there's this. But this is like, you create an extension from this. G'day, Sammy. You are late. It's like, this creates an extension. Class will be available in the scripting as well. Oh, damn. Ecuador is beaten Germany. Because, yeah, this is, like, I'd like to do the code for the game in C++. But I also don't want to... I also don't want to export it as a extension and then... and do it that way. Like, if I build the entire game... with this Godot C++, and I export that, does that give me an executable? Like, does it give me a game that I can run? Might compile that this afternoon and see what happens. Alright. I'm about to scream. Did you have money on Germany to win, Cam? Did you mess with Unreal Engine? How did it go? So we tried Unreal Engine. We tried 5.8, which was the newer one, because if I was going to use Unreal Engine for the next couple years to make this game, I'd want it to be 5.8. Let's just say... like, every time I tried to do something, it would freeze up. Every single time. And I think I know what the issue was. I think the issue is whenever I moved the mouse outside of the main Unreal Engine window, that's what was causing it to freeze. Now, that may not sound like a big problem until you realize that it also means any pop-ups within Unreal Engine. So I moved my mouse to the menu and a little tooltip pop-up came up. Froze. Just froze. What the fuck is this? And that was their official Linux build that they let you download and use. So, maybe let's just say I might go get a pint tonight. But how could you get a pint, Cam, when your money has been lost? Maybe he won and is celebrating? No. Germany's currently losing and there's like 9 minutes left. Yeah. It's payday. Nice. Gotta love a payday. Talking about the chocolate bar, right? After my bills, it doesn't feel it. Yep. Bills suck. They suck. Make unique. Now this would be this. And I would want to move you positive. Dead. Oops. I totally have these facing the wrong axis. Whatever. It's just to get an idea of how the puzzle would be set up. So okay. If I make that positive, go up that way. I want the X. You know what? Get rid of that. It needs to be similar size to those. Here's what we're going to do. Because they're facing up. That's why. So this one here. You know what? I'm going to fix these up first. Put that there. This one here. Move that over there. Copy. Paste. We make that one negative. Okay, there we go. That's better. So they're facing up. One goes down. I want it to be 0.05. Negative 0.05. Then negative 0.05, negative 0.05, negative 0.05, and 0.05, 0.05. Like so. So one along there. That's obviously. You know what? Do that. Yeah. Okay. So that is what we want. That is what we want. Then what we can do is 0.05, 0.05, negative 0.05. Negative 0.05, 0.05, negative 0.05. 0.05, negative 0.05. Yep. So we do that. And then rotate that negative 45, so they're facing forward. Then we have two above it. One would be a hexagon, one would be a star, but I'm not going to bother creating the collision shapes for that. We then also have static body. Maybe we make this the scene route. Move all this out here. Go add collision shape. Base. So that would obviously be a box shape. But be something like that. I want to make that 2 actually. Make it a bit thicker. And then we have our walls. Make it unique. We want the X to be 0.02. Now it's 0.25. Take off the 0.2, so 0.23. Say. And we set this at 1. And 0.5, negative 0.24. Yeah. We don't want it to be the full... We don't want it to be the full length though. We want it to be like 4.8. We shuffle it 0.1 like that. And what we can do is we can duplicate this. We can rotate it 90. We can have this like so. Duplicate again. Rotate it. Go to a 180. Have you become 0.01. And you go to that. And we duplicate you one last time. The reason why I'm using 4 different collisions, or 5 different collisions here, is because each of these collision shapes are easier for the physics engine to calculate collisions against than a convex collision shape that creates all the walls and stuff together. I noticed that with Bobble Shop Sim, when the player would walk into like the wireframe, which had a convex collision shape, it would cause the physics process to like spike. So once I took the player collision off of that, and I just had a very simple... I just had, like, multiple primitive boxes for, like, shelves and on the base to prevent the player from walking into it and such. All of a sudden, that spike disappeared. So, a little optimization tip for anyone that didn't know that. Negative. .24. Negative 0.01. There we go. So that there becomes that. And then we've got our shape detection inside it, which is 48 and 48, which would be it. Point. There we go. We can make you a different color too, so it's easier to see. So if you turn the node off, that's what we've got. Stupid Germany. Oh, Cam. You shouldn't gamble. I lost 30 pounds now because of Germany. No, Cam, you lost 30 pounds because of yourself. Don't go blaming Germany. I had faith in the Germans. Well, that's your problem. Jeez. Racist. Like, Germany's already gotten through. So what's it matter if they lose this one? Like, shouldn't they be taking it easy and, like, making sure no one gets injured and stuff like that for the next matches? Pride. I thought Germans are proud people. I mean, there's pride, but then there's also strategy. Germans and strategy don't mix. Actually, they do, Cam. You could say that they mix together a little bit too well. If you look at the Blitzkrieg. They... you know? Russia in winter, great plan. Like, you've got to remember, it's not like they were in the... It's not like they were deep in Russia. They were in an area of Russia that would have had a similar winter to the rest of Europe. So, anyway, we got ads. I'm going to get myself a coffee. And get myself another coffee. I'm going to give you words, okay? Give you some wordy words. I will be back momentarily. Alright? There's the first word for yous. Verb. Boom! Ah! Got yous! Ah. Too easy. Too easy to scare yous. So there's the idea. These would probably be a bit further back. Eight. And how we doing, Ray? How's things? So we do this, we'd have like a collision around here too. So have like a box, like 2 box collisions going up, sort of thing. And then the player tries to put the player tries to put a shape through any of these, and yeah, it tracks which one the shape goes through. How we doing, Maggie? And then once all the shapes are in here, if any of the shapes that if any of the shapes in here have not gone through one of these, then it triggers one completion event. If they all went through their corresponding slot, it triggers another completion event. If they all went through a slot, but some of them went through a slot that wasn't meant for them. So if you put like the circle through the like cylinder through here, the rectangle through here, and the prism through the square, like the cube, then that triggers a different completion event. Yeah. So we can track how the player is completing certain puzzles and have that impact the later. So that's one potential. So that would be one potential for that. Small puzzle box that has 3 to 5 locks that need to be opened. How can we do that? How can we do a puzzle box? Obviously, we have to 3D model the puzzle box so that when the player does something, it like changes bits of it. You know, so like maybe they have to rotate it in a certain direction after they have completed a puzzle on the front of it to cause something to like drop down, unlock, and pop open. Yeah. Or maybe they can't complete the puzzle until it's rotated, or until they pull something out of it. Yeah. There's a ton of stuff you can do. There's a ton of stuff that can be done with that. Okay. Now, the question is, how does all of this fit into a resource, like a data structure? So if we have resource and we go puzzles, what information needs to be tracked? So if we have also, if you've got a suggestion on how to set this up, let me know, because this is going to be a complicated thing that I don't know about. So if we have puzzle, we go type, name, actually that one there, we go puzzle, category, completed, puzzle category completed, do I want an integer field? Like a completion event. Would be completion event? I think so. If we have completion event, no. The ID float e.g. 0.3, 4.5, 4.1, 6.0, that type of thing. So like those are examples of what the IDs would be. And that's just tracking, you know, so like the category. This could have enum. Cool. So true, false. I guess this doesn't need to be a float. This actually just needs to be an int. Puzzle number. Local to category. So that would just be like 0 to 10 or something like that. And the category enum would basically just indicate, you know, this is puzzle number 3 in category whatever. Yeah. I think that's all we need at the top level. I think we need... I think we also need like a puzzle event. And this would need to have puzzle events. Puzzle event. Oh, did it? So I posted a link in Stoke last night of the stupidest but funniest thing I have seen in a while. So if you don't know who Aunty Donna is, they're an Australian comedy trio, and they do the stupidest stuff. Aunty Donna, X-Man. They put this out, which is X-Men but better and more accurate. And it is the stupidest thing, but the funniest thing that I've seen in a long time. Like, they're not being serious at all. They are not being serious at all. They're just messing around. Like one of them will try to one of them's playing Magneto, and he tries to say the names of the mutants that he has working for him, and he can't remember a single one. The guy that's playing Charles is like Sabretooth? Yeah. like Sabretooth. It's like, and Dark Phoenix. Like, yeah, Dark Phoenix. Like, do you literally not know any of their names? Just while they're on stage, just breaking character. You can tell that it's just three mates just screwing around, doing something hilarious. It's what you would expect to see in like the early days of YouTube. That's the vibe it gives off. Like, just some people messing around creating something stupid on YouTube. But yeah, it's just, it's proper funny. It's proper comedy. Alright, so if we have that done, what's the other thing we need to do? You know what, I can probably do that under here. Resource structures. Puzzle. This will have category. Enum. What up, Tricky? So we have category. We had number, which will be int. Completed, which will be a bool. Puzzle events. An array of puzzle events. Still dying from heat? Yep. That sounds like an Australian summer has finally made it to Europe. I love it. I love it. So if we have the puzzle structure as that, and we go puzzle event, how can we track different not sure what genre of games Ricky's playing when that is the concern. I mean, they could be playing anything with fire. It's like any war game where you can be set on fire with like a Molotov or something. Minecraft, you can be set on fire or you can fall into lava. Yep. Any car game where the car can explode. There was a... Could be playing Conan. Because I think that has, like, heat. Like, depending on the clothing you're wearing and you go into like a desert area, the heat affects you more. Ark has temperature too. Yep. So it could be any of those types of games. Yep. I think we've solved it. I think we've solved world hunger, Hilden. Do I have these, like, do I have this puzzle event? Listen for a signal. No. We wouldn't do that. How you doing, Okie? Also, I'm gonna change my stream times up in the coming weeks, just to better accommodate doing the secret stuff for this game, like the stuff that I can't do on stream. So, cool cat. My day's going well. My day's going really well. We're currently just planning out and designing how these things, like how these puzzles are going to work. Looking at getting an RX 7900, but not sure if it can run 4K video editing. What software? It can do 4K video editing, but if you're on Linux, you're probably not using DaVinci. Would be Windows and DaVinci. Yeah, you'll be fine then. You'll be fine. And that's purely because of DaVinci and AMD proprietary driver support on Linux. Like, DaVinci doesn't really work with AMD with the open source drivers. In my past experience, you have to get like the proper like Rock'em hip driver stuff. Same with Blender. Like, you need to get some similar stuff for Blender to use your AMD GPU properly. So, yeah. Actually, that reminds me. Blender VSE GPU. I was told it can run on a 7900 and NVIDIA equivalent 5070. If you're just getting... if you're getting the 7900 GRE, because there's different 7900s. Yeah. There's different 7900s. There's the XTX, which is what I have. And then there's the GRE, which is 16 gig instead of 24. And then there's the 7900 XT. 7900 XT. Okay. So this thing here, it does handle 4K stuff. But where are we? It's got 20 gig. Yeah. So it'll probably do better than the 5070. If, like, depending on which video encoding you're doing, of course. And if you're using, like, what AMD drivers you're using. But yeah. So how do we have the puzzle event Oops, it would be the RX 9070 XT. Oh, the 9070. Okay. Right. That's different then. The 9070 XT is the current generation. It's only 16 gig, I'm pretty sure. But it's still decent. Like, it's still very decent. So, yeah, you can use that for, yeah, that'll be equivalent to like a 5070. Yeah. Like, if we go GPU benchmark, there's video card benchmark, which can go like, where are we? Let's compare. Let's go 7900, 7090 XT, 9070 XT, and 5070 Ti, and we'll also say 5070, and 9700 XT. $7,900 XT. So, if you have a look at the pricing, so $650 for the 9070 XT, $630 for the 5070. You can see that they're pretty similar. When it comes to the compute, the GPU compute, this one's run faster. But obviously, like, the 5070 Ti is going to be like a bit better than all of them. So, yeah. The 9070 is comparable to the 5070, but not the 5070 Ti. Just sitting here on AMD 7600 and happy with it. Though I run at 4K with it. Games struggle big time, but desktop is just fine. Which is what I spend most of my time on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Either one, basically. 5070 and 9070. Yeah, exactly. Either or. 9070 XT. Because you got to remember, there's the 9070, and then there's the 9070 XT. So, make sure you get the XT. Alright, so if we have the puzzle event, which is how can we get this to be generic enough? I guess we still need this to have a completed field. I found a 5070 Prime for 640. Interesting. So this is the Asus variant. So that's, yeah, that's just a standard 50-70.
All of these are confusing after hours of searching.
All these confusing after. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So, like, every manufacturer will have their own variation. Like, I think there's Sapphire GPUs as well, but if we go to, like, so you got the Ventus, which is MSI. You got the Infinity, which is Palette. Never heard of them before, though. PNY just calls it 5070. MSI has the Shadow as well, which... same fucking thing. Like, literally. Literally the same fucking thing. maybe there's like an extra 2 display ports. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. This one's the ARGB by Pony. This is the Wind Force by Gigabyte. This is the Eagle by Gigabyte. This is the Asus Dual. This is the White by Palette. This is the Ventus by MSI. Eagle by Gigabyte. Aero by Gigabyte. Gaming by Gigabyte, White by Asus Prime, you got Zotac AMP, Zotac Twin Edge, Palette Gaming Pro, Zotac Solid. It's basically just like them giving some arbitrary name to it to make it sound cooler than their competitors. It's literally all it is. So if we have it track if it's completed. So how do I need an array of puzzle events? What up, Neppets? How you doing? Welcome in. I'm trying to figure out how to structure our resource data for our puzzles so that we can track and save what puzzles the player has completed and what aspects of the puzzle the player has completed. So if they go in, they do parts of the puzzle, they leave. They leave. They save. They do other puzzles. They come back. That puzzle is still where it was. The player also needs to be able to restart puzzles. It's very complicated. It's doing my head in just a little bit. So I need the puzzle event to somehow indicate or track what needs to be completed. Maybe what we could do, because like this resource structure, because I need to think about it from a saving and loading perspective. We load the puzzle room with the resource structure, like with the resource data, and that resource data tells the room what state it's in, as well as where everything in that room is. Do we have it? I feel like we have it referencing a node. No, you can't have a resource referencing a node. That's the issue. Reference a node path. It can reference a node path, but it can't reference a node. And then you can use that node path to get the node from the tree, from the scene tree. So each event would relate to a single node. So in the context of this, it would reference just this one. And it needs to be generic as well, so that it can be put into any situation and reference any node without needing everything to be a shape by an area 3D or a static body or a mesh or something like that. It doesn't matter what type of node it is, because that logic gets set up elsewhere. So each room would reference the puzzle resource data. Each event would say if it's completed and what it relates to. And if it's completed and the room is being set up, being loaded, that triggers that thing to be completed. And it runs through them in order. Actually, no, we don't need to do that, because I can save each room out and say where the things in the room are. So that way we don't need to worry about it. We just need to say if it is that. And then all we need to do is when that thing completes in the context of the puzzle, that resource says, yes, this is now complete. So when the player comes back in and it loads that back up, it knows what's been completed already. Do we want to save? I think we do want to save the resource out. No, we don't want to save the resource out. No, I don't think we need this. What else needs to be under puzzle? Because if I don't have, like, if I'm not tracking the different segments of the puzzle event, because they can complete different aspects in a different order. So I guess I do want this to be a node path. Or event node path. Used to, I was going to try and create a link. Used to listen for a completed event. So we would need whatever node is here to be able to emit a signal saying that that event is completed. And what that can be in the context of this shape box puzzle, it can be when this detects a shape, no, that won't work. I guess I could have this as like the base puzzle event. We go like shape box event. Do I want to track if, like, okay, you want to talk about a puzzle game? You want to talk about a puzzle game? Figuring out this stuff, how you're tracking the data and whatnot, that's a puzzle. Got my memories from last year on the phone, on the photos. of when I was in America. I seen a $60 mac and cheese listed for delivery. What? What? $60 mac and cheese? That is ridiculous. So the shape box event. That can... If I have that reference, the... I could have it reference the shape object that went through it, like the shape static body that went through it, or animatable static body that went through the area 3D, and just hold like an enum, like a provided shapes, an array of enum. Shape box shapes. So that way we know how many shapes have been passed through each slot. But then I would also need to track game saves after each puzzle is completed. Player can manually save by going to their room. Sleeping. Something like that. How does America have a $60 mac and cheese? That's my question. That's the real puzzle here. A $60 mac and cheese is ridiculous. Like, don't they just use, like, a powdered cheese and some water or milk to, like, make it... That sounds like it got ripped off, Cam. Sounds like he got ripped off. I doubt it's powdered cheese, but $60 is redonk. Yeah. Honestly, Sammy, I wouldn't be surprised if it was powdered cheese and they were just marking the price up to make it seem like it was gourmet. Yeah. It was like the cheapest powdered cheese they could find. It's got like the stupidest pasta they could get and the cheapest pasta they could get, and they just like put breadcrumbs on top of it when they throw it in the oven. to make it seem gourmet. Yeah. $60 mac and cheese, we need to protest. If there's ever a mac and cheese in Australia that's $60, I'm gonna want to watch that thing get made. I'm going to want it to come out with some like gold leaf on top. You know? That's what it would need to have. Or... No, because either way I'd have to have like a specific shape box thing. There's going to be different types of events. Like, there's a puzzle event. There'll be like a puzzle insert event, which would be like, you know, putting a key in a lock or putting a shape in the shape box or, you know, stuff like that. Puzzle insert event be and then we can have a node. We can have it as a node path too. You're like insert node. Then this could just be an array of node path. What else? Use to listen for completed events. But yeah. Yeah, that'll be fine. Ads coming in. I guess we've got more words to do. Good old word of words. Yeah. Yes, that can track that stuff. Alright. Alright. Get ready for the words. I'm here to help this time as well. So, let's do it. Gotta hit dare. Ads are running. idea. Who's gonna win, y'all? Sweden or Japan? Man, I was about to do that. I'm gonna try this for Big Word, but I doubt it's it. It's one of them. There's another one there, Sammy. Let's see if you can get it. There we are. There's also reread. Oh no, you didn't get the other one that I was thinking of. Read. There it is. Red. Dead. No, not dead. No. No. Yeah, E-R-R-E-D. That would have been one. Nicely done, Sammy. Let's go to level 5. Come on, y'all. Give us a hand. We can't, We need help. Ghoul. Holy ghoul. Hourly glory. Hourly glory. Sounds like someone turning tricks. Oh, God. Hurl? Yeah, I'm not surprised that made you hurl. You're nasty. You are. You're the one that thought of it. Jeez. Oh, that's what the large word is. Okay. Okay. It's that. Roughly that. Also means rough. Be another one. Hour. Hurley? I don't think Hurley's a word. Hurley is a word! Holy damn! Thought we had hour, to be honest. That's fair. Lough? L-O-U-G-H? Pagorli. If only there was a P, that would have been a word. Oh. Unfortunate. Alright. Now, back to our puzzle thinking stuff. So, that will work for anything where you have to, like, put something in something. You know? How you been, Pagorli? You say his name and he appears. Just bam. So that's how it feels. I now know how other people feel when they say my name and I just appear in their stream. Not actually a word, but it was close. Yeah, exactly. We just needed a P and an E. There's a puzzle insert event. What other type of events would you need? So something's inserted, something's rotated. An unlock event. We go unlocked with. What if we did that? So we track what we're unlocking the object with. So perhaps there's multiple ways that it can be unlocked. I feel that's very restrictive, though. I wonder if Pacoli just has a script that reads when his name is mentioned, and he just replies, "Oh my," to the next message. Conspiracies. The Pacoli conspiracies. Oh my. See, now the question is, Sammy, is Pagoli just messing with us? The ultimate troll. I love it. Funny stuff. I'm trying to think about future puzzles and how these events fit into them. So like the sound puzzles, for example. Or do I just go really hard-coded? Do I just have like a base puzzle resource and then create a inherited resource for each puzzle and have each puzzle's logic just be confined to it? Even if it has something that's shared with another puzzle, just go, nope. Keep it all localized to that puzzle. Because if I did it that way, it might take a little bit longer, but it would reduce the number of potential bugs. Reduce the number of potential bugs by not having to make sure that this logic works with all the different puzzles. Yeah? Puzzle base. We can also have like save structure. Why are the Japanese fans wearing red noses? Oh, I know why. I know why. The Japanese fans have like white face paint. And then their nose is like the red nose. Like a clown, like a red clown nose sort of thing. And it's to make their face the Japanese flag. That's why. Oh my god, that's genius. It's fantastic. I guess I could have that as like game state. But that doesn't really go in here. Yeah. Wonder. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for the next time Jotson's on when I'm awake. Because I know Jotson's putting puzzles into their game. So I can always ask them, be like, hey, so with your puzzles, do you have them like a generic thing for them? Or are you just like having them all with their own contained logic, even if they duplicate and overlap? What up, Deadshot? Do you rate Five Guys? I've never actually been to any restaurants of theirs. They're still very new in Australia. I think there's like two Five Guy restaurants in Australia in Melbourne. None of them are near me. I don't think I rate them very high. Primarily because if we have a look at the menu, in Australia, you have a look at their burgers. Notice how they're not showing you the prices here. Yeah. If you go to the cheeseburger, if you go order now, yeah, sure. Right there. Show me the price. Jesus goddamn Christ. There we go. Like, look at this. This fucking cheeseburger. A cheeseburger's $20. You can get like a McDonald's meal and an extra cheeseburger for the same price. Yeah. And if you want to turn this into a meal, like this is just the burger, all right? That's just the burger. So if you got that for $20, and then you add some like Five Guys fries for another $10, all right? So you're already at you're at $29.40, $29.40. And you get a soft drink as well. You get soda, $6.50. So you're looking at about $35. And about $35 for your meal from Five Guys. For that same price, you can get a family meal from McDonald's, which has 4 burgers, 4 drinks. Or 4 burgers, 2 fries, and 2 drinks. And that's $32. Okay, that's $32. That's cheaper than a cheeseburger with chips and a soda at Five Guys. So for that price, I don't rate it very high. I do not rate it very high for that price. Save is automatic when player completes a puzzle. A player can manually save by going back to their room and sleeping. Player cannot leave the room if they are holding anything that belongs in the room. Objects within the room should be prevented from leaving by the player nudging them towards the door when they are leaving. This can have a nice shader effect over the door or over the door area that ripples out like a force field, preventing the object leaving and allowing the player out. Now, something like that. Something like that, yeah? And then save load. When game spawns the player in their room, puzzle rooms are not loaded until the player goes to the puzzle room door. Interacting with a hand reader. So like they put their hand on a reader, it reads, like it does like a effect, and then the front of the door says that it's like preparing the room while it's loading the room in the background, and then once the room's loaded, it like flashes saying that it's saying puzzle ready, and then like door opens and the player can go in. Interacting with a hand reader, and print reader, triggers the current puzzle for that category to be loaded. While loading puzzle, the door shows a message saying preparing puzzle. And then there'll be a hand reader on the other side as well for resetting the current puzzle. The door shows a message saying preparing puzzle. Once puzzle has been loaded and is ready, message flashes. Puzzle ready. And door begins opening after 2 seconds. Player can reset. So player can reset a puzzle by interacting with a second handprint reader and confirming they want the puzzle to be reset. I also wouldn't mind, you know, like, do you remember in Ready Player One, where, like, when they're inside the virtual world, like, when they're inside the VR place, when they were, like, looking at maps or inventory or speaking to someone or whatnot, it would pop up that, like, projection in front of them. I wouldn't mind having something like that as the in-game interface, where it's like, it's a 2D canvas, right? It's just a canvas, but it looks like an in-world thing that's projected in front of the character. Yeah. Or maybe we have it as like a sprite 3D that's always in front of them, but it's transparent. And when they interact with something, it like opens up. And they can like interact with the canvas 3D sort of thing. You know? Maybe. How we doing, Decoded? Alright, so with that, we know how that one works. We have the simple puzzle box. We know how that's going to work. The sound puzzle. What can we do for the first sound puzzle? Do we want the first sound puzzle to be Been better? What happened to your other project? That one's done. So Bobble Shop Sim, I've just got some modeling, like a few more poses to do for the bobbleheads when they're placed on the shelves. And also some artwork for the achievements. That's all I've got left to do. And then once I've got the artwork for the achievements, I need to code the achievement logic in, but that's pretty simple to do with how I've set up the game. So that stuff I'm doing off stream, because the game releases July 24th. So I'll have all of that stuff done in like the next week or two, and the game will be ready for release. So we're starting work on our new game. Which will be... It's going to be a puzzle game. I like to say that it's a cross between... Superliminal and the Stanley Parable. With a little bit of Portal Talos Principle influence, you know? So it's like it's like a funny narrative that goes through the game. But it has like different puzzles and weird puzzles, like Superliminal. And it's also got some like assistance and whatnot. It's been over an hour and a half. Where is my pizza? You're not having good luck with deliveries, are you, Cam? Did you order it to your parents' house again? No? Are you sure? Are you certain that you haven't done that? The last 3 nights as well, I had to go find the driver. Ugh, I hate that. Even when you provide, like... I find providing details to the delivery drivers, like providing instructions for the drivers, is mostly irrelevant these days. Not because they are able to find your place, but most of the time because when the delivery driver shows up, they can barely speak English, so therefore I can't really expect them to read the instructions for delivery that I leave them. Yeah. It's pointless at this point. There's no need to do it. So you kind of screw. If you go around that building in the middle of the... I provide pinpoint accurate, and they're like, it's no entry. It's like, it's a one-way, mate. The signs tell you this. Yeah. Yeah. Some of, like... It's a little bit funny. It's a little bit funny. It's also frustrating. It's like you have a GPS and you can see the road is a square. Use your brain. It depends on what GPS they're using. Yeah. Are they using like the Uber app to display it, or are they using Apple Maps, or are they using Google Maps? Like, what are they? Are they using their own car GPS? The Uber app shows it. The Uber app does show it, but doesn't necessarily mean that they're using it. Yeah. You need to understand they are a delivery driver for a reason. I know that. But I'm just saying that there's no point in leaving delivery instructions anymore. Especially when the people receiving the instructions have no idea what it's saying. What can our first gravity puzzle be as well? I tip them because they're just useless. If they put some effort in before calling me. The only time I tip is if it's raining. That's the only time I tip. The app says my food should be with me now. It is asking for me to review. Are they using their own delivery person? Yeah, it's their own courier. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Papa John's. Oh. Oh. Why? Why? Only place that's open at this time of night. If the choice is Papa John's or nothing, go with nothing. Your puzzle game should be a reinterpretation of delivery driving. Actually, there is a side project that I'm going to be making. The side project is going to be a multiplayer game. If they left it on my doorstep, I just had that thought. It's going to be funny. Leave it on your doorstep. They don't knock. They don't buzz. They don't do anything. Yep. Let's think. So this sound puzzle, what I'm thinking is identify if the tune is increasing, decreasing by placing them in order. No, that can be brute forced. I feel like that can be brute forced. Yeah. The puzzle is all the signs are in a different language or encoded. The space is non-Euclidean. It's like you're a delivery driver for an advanced species or something. Everything is baffling. I did tinker with like you go through a doorway and that shrinks you. Yeah. I did tinker with that type of stuff. So, like, create, like, a non-Euclidean space where you, like, go through a door one way, it makes you smaller. Go through it another way, it makes you bigger. They close at 1 a.m., so they have 30 minutes. I'm not liking the luck here, Cam. I'm not liking it. Doesn't sound like it's gonna work. So what can we do for a sound puzzle that can't be brute forced? That's another £30 wasted. It won't be another £30 wasted, Cam, because what you do is if it doesn't get delivered, you basically raise it with Uber and say, hey, this was never delivered. It never showed up. And then you get a refund, and you probably get a code being like, yep, you can, here's $5 off your next order, sort of thing. It's Just Eat. Same thing. Same process. So if we do sound puzzles, I feel like this could be how would you correct Pianola though? Maybe there's like two wheels. You gotta like take the pins out and like put them in the correct spots. If it's cold when it turns up, I'm gonna be raging. Yeah. I would too. I think if it turns up cold, you can still raise an issue being like, the food got here 2 hours after I ordered it and it was cold. And I think Just Eats gives you like a discount code off your like a $10 discount off your next order or something. So how would the pianola puzzle work? So you've got a pianola that's playing the music, but it doesn't, it's incorrect. It's not correct. Or you have to get the pianola to play the correct tune. So you have all the pins out and you've got to put them into the pianola in the correct spots to have it play the correct tune. The room can be the same each time for the sound. Pizza is here. Is it cold? I don't know yet. Well, it's not there then, is it? Driver's just like, sorry, I've been like driving around trying to figure out how to get in here for the last 30 minutes. I could see that being the case. I do like that. Bro is struggling with the gate again. Go help them. Oh my god. Get your pizza. Jesus. So layering record player. There's multiple ways that could go. Pianola and record player are playing. Pianola, record player, and music are all playing. It's still hot and Bro looks stoned. Did he eat any of it? What up, boy? Howdy, is the new game being made in Godot? It is going to be made in Godot. So my plan is to see if I can use Godot C++. See if I can use this to make the game entirely in this without needing... Like, so I can make the game entirely in C++. And if I can, freaking sweet. Otherwise we'll just make it in GD script and stuff. But I'm also going to spend 1 day a week where I learn shaders. And I don't mean Godot shaders, I mean GLSL shader logic. And we try to get to a point where we can create our own light shaders, like directional lights, point lights, spotlight, stuff like that, for Raylib. So that by the time we finish this game and our side project, we can create a game in Raylib with Jolt physics and stuff like that. Why am I floating? Have you ever tried to be a non-floating head? It's quite frustrating. Just on the ground, you like try to roll around to get places. It doesn't work. It does not work at all. It's horrible. Horrible. To my knowledge, Bevy only sports WGSL. Mother flippers burned it. Maybe the person that delivered it was also the person that cooked it. Just been laying around alternating between scrolling YouTube and Instagram and playing Katana Zero. Nice. Nice. Sounds relaxing. Very relaxing. Very nice. Also involves identifying certain notes with all three playing. Something like that. You know? Like, is that good enough? I don't feel like that's good. I don't like that. What else can we do for sound puzzles? What if we had sound? What if we had the sound puzzles do something with vibrations as well? So do you think Here's a question. Here's a question. Do you know those do you know these? You know these types of things? Do you think there's a way to create something like this in Godot? Now, it might not have like actual like tiny little things that vibrate around and form the shape. It could just be like, it could just be a shader. A shader that receives the vibration as a center point and propagates out. Probably with some math wizardry. That's what I think. And if you did the actual math, then being able to move the source of the waves spatially would be cool to match the visual pattern. Or given fixed position of the wave sources, you can tune the frequency of each one. So yeah, it would be like in the center is where the vibration starts from. You know, so you have to tune the frequency to get the correct pattern, and then expand that out and go, all right, you have one on top and one below. They're connected to the same thing, but one is further away from the source than the other, so the vibration is weaker up here or something. Or you have them connected to the same source, but different. Or like, there's two vibration sources coming into the one plate. You know, so you have like one here and one here. And you gotta like tune them both specifically. But tuning the first one impacts the first vibration plate and the second vibration plate. Tuning the second one impacts the second vibration plate, as well as like a third and fourth vibration plate. So, yeah. And then you see the inference pattern exactly. So that way it's not just a matter of tuning. It's not just a matter of tuning the frequency for each of them individually. It's like when you tune the frequency for this one, it could give you one of the patterns, but that might not be the correct pattern for that one, because that frequency might not cause a pattern to appear on the other one it's connected to. That is gonna be some serious mind feckery right there. What up, Mike? An extension of the concept, the pattern that you form could make the surface walkable, not walkable, and is about providing a navigable path to a flag, switch, or goal. So you could have like a floor that has like, it's broken up into squares. It's like a grid floor, and you have to follow a correct path along the floor. And that so the vibration, like the frequency, shows you what the path is. Maybe control the frequencies remotely and have to evolve the pattern as you move through it. Yeah. No, I feel like that would be more difficult because the vibrations generally create like a curve or like a circular structure. Whereas having a grid-based floor, it's a very square structure. Yeah. Just thinking a Sudoku type system underpinning it. Now we're thinking about sound puzzles. Yeah. Here's the other thing as well, Pixel. I can fake the vibrations with the frequency. I can have it that they like scale the frequency, and at different points in the frequency, I just have the shape, like the artwork, look how I want it to. I just force it to look like that. And then as it moves away from it, it gets more and more distorted. So it doesn't need to actually simulate shit. So here I am being like, oh, let's simulate this real world thing. It's like, no, fuck that. Just fake it. Just fake it. Frequency. Frequency used to reveal patterns, codes, maybe? Simulating this in a shader would be cool. Yes, it would be. And it would teach me a lot about shader stuff as well. Like shader math and stuff like that. Yeah. To reveal patterns. What I can do, I can connect it to the pianola and the record player as well. So, like, you have those two. Like, you've completed those two puzzles. You've got those playing the correct sounds now. And it connects into this thing in the center. And you go, okay, so now you need to adjust the frequency that these two things are producing to create the correct effect. Adjust the frequency to reveal patterns. So you do that sort of thing. It was like a build around concept, like you build a puzzle game around this core concept and invest in the simulation for that reason. So this is gonna have a bit of a narrative to it. So the reason why I've got different types of puzzles is because each puzzle type, you will be able to get equipment to help you with those puzzles. And once you complete that series of puzzles, you'll be able to continue using that equipment if you chose to use it. And it might provide benefits for the future ones. Yeah, it might make it easier for you to do stuff in the future puzzles. Yeah, like something. If you use equipment here, that drops your overall score for this category as well as the total. But it also, the equipment you get here might also help you in here. Yeah. That's the part that's still tripping me up though. That's something I should do actually. Copy that. Yeah. What ads are coming in? Oh damn, the ads are here. What was that? Okay, Twitch has a lot of issues right now. Twitch is being weird right now. It's not giving me snoozes, and now it's not even popping up the snooze. Like, it's not even popping up the 1 minute warning for ads. What's the other one though? I don't know what other words are here. Tune. Potion. Nice. Nice. Poon. Noop. Newt. Toop. Tony. Pony. Pinto. Pinto. There we go. A pinto bean. I wonder if it's gonna accept... No, that's double P. Ipon is double P. Into. What about Pooty? No. Toonie. Onto. Into, onto. Yeah. Yeah. Brain. All right. Next. Rival. We have a fake letter, and I think it's X. Yeah. Viral. Ariel. Why did Ariel not work? Ariel should have worked. Unless it's spelled differently. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, it might have an E in there. That's true. That's true. I've got lava. Avail. Nice. Nice. Ryle. Yeah, nice, nice. Lair. That means there's also liar. It also means there's Aria. We almost perfected that. Well done. Well done. That should be 3 levels. 2? 2? Get screwed. Get screwed. Alright. I want to get the first puzzle for all of this stuff done. Paradox puzzles. This one here can be... unlock the door. That doesn't sound like a paradox, but it'll be a paradox. I can add a paradox in there. Now, maybe you have to do something that shrinks you down. Maybe you have to unlock something else. Like maybe there's like a small model and you got to unlock the door in that model and it unlocks your door. Who knows? Maybe I don't know. Nah, I want these to be more traditional paradox. Yeah. Echolocation puzzle. Find the object. No. Everything vibrates back to you. How could we do this? It's like navigate the room, maybe? No. How can we make a puzzle out of echolocation? Finding something, navigating. I'm wondering if it's a trap. Did my performance review and got good ratings? Got told they are working on requesting me and a few others in my department to get reclassified to higher roles and higher pay. And then got told for professional development I should ask my manager for an NVIDIA Spark and some cluster PCs. Should I pinch myself or live in the now? Pinch yourself. Primarily, like it's a company, so it's a college. Oh well. Still pinch yourself. We all know that educational facilities don't have that much money. It's just their style. Maze. Need to get to the correct exit door. Or need to get to the exit via weird stairways. Yeah. To be fair, they used they need us educated on the Sparks because we have tech professors that ordered 10 of them and have no idea what they do. So if they've already ordered 10 of them, why would you need to ask the manager for them? They'd already have them, so you would be able to use them at the college, right? Best at managing those themselves. We inventory and help reset, but it's theirs. This Spark would be at my desk. So basically, you need the department to have an extra Spark. They need to get 11 of them so that one of them can be like used to understand them and practice repairing and solving issues and stuff and configuring and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if they expect you to manage it and maintain it and help them when they have issues with it, then yeah, like, it's a no-brainer that you and your colleagues should have one so that you can actually go, all right, how do we configure this? How do we set it up? All that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's the same, like, if those professors had laptops, but you weren't allowed to have a laptop, and you were just expected to know how to fix any issues they have without yourself having learned the technology, makes no sense. So, you should easily be able to get one for that. Easily be able to convince them for one. The echolocation puzzle. What can the echolocation puzzle be? And the fluid dynamics puzzle. And the mechanical puzzle. And the gravity puzzle. The mechanical puzzle, I feel like, could be something to do with altering the room you're in. Yeah. Like, maybe not. Maybe not. But Godot is something I've never touched, strictly Python and C#. I mean, you can use C# with Godot. You can get Godot mono and do all of your game deving in C#. Yeah. It also has Python bindings that you can get, like a third-party package, so you can do Python coding if you want to. I'm not saying we get spoiled, but there's 2 IT people. The rest are sysadmins and managers, but they give us laptops and desktops. The rest are sysadmins and managers. They give us laptops and desktops. I mean, I would consider the sysadmins to be IT people. There's some game deving in C#, but have mostly been Python scripting for data analysis. Yeah, like automation tools and stuff like that. So how do we want mechanical puzzles to work? I feel like mechanical puzzles overlaps with puzzle boxes a bit too much. What if we did like light color puzzles? Yeah. Fluid dynamics. Fluid simulation. Be Rube Goldberg type deal. So I already have the idea of, for the puzzle boxes, it starts out as like a simple small puzzle box that you unlock, and it gets to a point where the puzzle box is simultaneously in the room and is the room. So you do something on the puzzle box, it changes that thing in the room. You do something in the room, it changes that thing on the puzzle box. So I've already got something that's overlapping with that type of stuff. Yeah. Does it persist or does it reset? You can reset it. So the player can reset a puzzle by interacting with a second handprint reader. So at the entrance to the puzzle, there's two handprint readers, one to start the puzzle, one to reset the puzzle. So if you want to reset, you leave, you reset, it resets the puzzle, you go back in, you go from there. If you leave and you go back and you save, then the puzzle is persisted in that state when you reload the game. And you go back into the room, it's in the state you left it, and you can choose to reset it. So, and you don't need to do these in order. So you're not forced to go through and do all the logic puzzles and then do all the puzzle boxes and then do all the sound puzzles. You can do them like in any order you want. You can do like these three first, and then you can go do these. And then you can go down here and do these. And then you can do this one. Then you can go do 4 here. Like, you can do it in any order you want. Yeah, it's not linear. Like, within the category, it's linear. But in terms of the categories themselves, they're not linear. So, gravity puzzles can be player needs to get on the roof. In order to assess what is needed to complete the puzzle. Feel like that keeps the user more interested instead of being stuck doing one thing. Yeah, exactly. Like, you get stuck and you can't progress, and it's like, alright, well, I'm sick of this. But at the same time, I'm not forcing the player to do all of the puzzles. So this game is going to be a puzzle game that has replayability. So you don't need to do any of the puzzles. You can just refuse to do any of the puzzles, and that takes you down a narrative and to one specific ending. Like, that takes you to a certain ending. You can attempt some of the puzzles, but not complete all of the puzzles. And that takes you down a different narrative to a different ending. You can complete all the puzzles really quickly and get a perfect score for all of them, and that takes you to a different ending and a different narrative. And depending on how well you do in each of the different categories, changes how the NPCs interact with you. So, if you're doing terribly at all of the puzzles, if it's taking you forever to complete each of the puzzles, then your score gets really low. And the NPCs start talking down to you. They start treating you like an idiot. Yeah. Whereas if you do really well, they start treating you as someone that's intelligent. If you do average, then they just talk to you as normal. Yeah. But, yeah. It's going to be fun. It's going to be very fun. Light and color puzzles. Wonder. I'm not sure I want any puzzles to be echolocation based. I'm not sure I want any of that. Like, we can reuse the echolocation in this light and color section. So it's like, if the room is green, then you need to identify, like, you could use like an echolocation that helps to uncover what you need to find. Yeah. Maybe. We can see. So, light color puzzles. So, different lights are shining on different areas. Adjusting their colors. Adjusting colors reveals a code. Something like that. Yeah. Something like that. Fluid dynamics puzzles. Ooh. This could have... So with this one, we could have... different liquids of varying density need to create a layered correctly layered effect while meeting a weight requirement. Something like that, maybe. So you have like No. I don't like that. How can we implement fluid mechanics or fluid dynamics? Especially making a very coherent gameplay of every element in my game. One idea I'd like to do is fluid simulation, as in a chunk of fluid body that inherits physics. Imagine a cup of tea for reference. If you pick it up and flip it upside down, the tea would fall out. Or if you pick it up and move it around quickly, the tea would spill over the place. So I'd have to use rapier physics. High performance 3D fluid simulation add-on powered by compute shaders. This asset implements a smoothed particle hydrodynamics method, allowing for tens of thousands of interactive particles at real-time frame rates. By offloading all physics calculations onto the GPU, this add-on bypasses CPU bottleneck common in particle simulations. So why wouldn't you use a 3D, like a 3D GPU particle, like a GPU particle 3D object? Because that would offload it to the GPU, right? Massive particle count efficiently simulates 32,000 plus particles on mid-range GPUs using spatial hashing. Fast spatial hashing implements GPU prefix. Blah blah blah. Okay. Maybe. Powerful interactive water effects in Godot 4. Created using Godot game engine with Jolt add-on. Real-time fluid simulation uses Godot's built-in rigid body 3D nodes as individual droplets of fluid. The main contribution this project makes is the inclusion of a droplet server. This server applies cohesive forces that attract the droplets to each other. This helps to sell the illusion that the fluid has surface tension and viscosity. Nice. Ran a few quick tests on my own laptop, which has 8 gigs of RAM, 8-core processor, able to spawn the following number of droplets before dropping below 60 frames per second. Okay. Using the physics rendering servers is faster than using scenes. Yep. Okay. So that's what I would have to do. Do you want the fluid simulation to be visible or purely abstract? For instance, in Satisfactory, they have complex fluid mechanics for the machinery, but you never see it. It's all in pipes, dealing with pressure and such. There would be a visible element to it as well. I asked this question with love. If you were considering using library framework for a thing and adapting from there, would you consider just getting AI to write the exact thing you need? You can probably one-shot something like this. I'm not looking to use a library or a framework for the fluid simulation. I'm looking to see if it's possible and what other people have been able to accomplish so that I know what limitations I'm working within. Because I don't want to go into this thinking I'm going to have like a 200,000 particle fluid simulation and then go, oh, I can only get like 2,000 or 3,000 before GPUs start crapping out with Godot. Yeah. Now, that being said, I am going to have AI at parts during this project, but it's not going to be to generate things. Okay? I'll be using AI to help me understand concepts like different fluid dynamic concepts so that I can then build something for those concepts in Godot. Yeah. That's what I'll be doing. So I wouldn't be like, hey, create this fluid simulation in Godot. I'd be like, what is this fluid sim concept? Explain the math behind it for me. Like, how does this work? Now, that being said, I can also do it by, I could do some parts of it via shaders. One thing we could do, do you know about the, what is it? There's like a, residence is the residence time. The residence time of a fluid parcel is total time the parcel has spent inside the control volume. That's not what I want. Time reaction, fluid color change. So I know there's stuff like this, the iodine clock. What's going on, Melted? How you doing? What's up, Mana? What's up, Rose? Welcome in. Hello, Vex. What were you guys doing? What were you up to, Melted? Tell us all about it. Muted, how are you? Horrifying Mickey. Sounds like you're from Disney. C, how you doing? Sophia. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of you, aren't there? How are we? Unexpected Diver. Pinkie Pie. Look at that. I'm Australian too. Yeah. Melted was testing his fishing and modeling some trees. Nice. What up, Bozo and Stormy? Thank you for the follows too, much appreciated. Everyone that follows is a Gedunt. If you don't know what a Gedunt is, it's the same thing as good day, but good something else. So, you can figure it out. Yeah. You're all Gedunts now. But welcome in. I hope you had fun. Do you have anything you want to share with us, Melted? anything you want to put out there, an itch, a video, like artwork or something. Love the floating head. Well, you're gonna love it during my nighttime streams, because during my nighttime streams I also have a body which is motion tracked. But yeah. So there's that. Howdy. I don't know what's more appropriate than Australian calling his viewers gidunts. An Australian being drunk while calling their viewers gidunts. Yep. We're planning our next game. We're trying to figure out stuff for our next game. And I'm thinking about having a puzzle that implements the iodine clock change. It's like 10 in the morning, perfect time for a beer. 3 hours too late for a beer. Like, come on. Get with it. In Australia, we have breakfast beer, lunch beer, dinner beer, as well as midnight snack beer. What are we working on? So we are working on our next game. It's going to be a puzzle-based game. I don't know what the name of it's going to be. I just know that it's going to be puzzle-based. But we're going to have different types of puzzles. So yeah. Yeah. Bye-bye, new daddy. Puzzle quest game. No. Give me a cascade and I'm happy. A cascade? Ugh. Also, I'm surprised no one's mentioned the mustache yet. Do you like the mustache? Is it good? Yeah. Puzzle Quest takes me back a while. That's true. Yes, Mr. Waluigi. I need to try and style it a bit. Like, maybe like get it to do like a wave or something. Yeah. It's hard to tell with the setup how majestic it is. I know. You just have to believe that it's majestic. Believe it. Yeah. Also, for anyone that doesn't, for anyone that's new here, yeah, we have a 24-hour stream coming up. Okay, not tomorrow, but the day after. We're doing a 24-hour stream. So, if you want to see me do some 3D modeling and create a new body for myself in the form of Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown, hop in. Say hi. Yay mustache. Yay mustache indeed. I can probably get rid of that too, can't I? I forgot what I was doing with that. Do you think the GPUs mentioned would be a good upgrade from 1060? Do you mean the 9070 XT and the 5070? Are those the ones you're talking about? Because either of those would be a huge upgrade from a 1060. Huge upgrade. Very much so. Very, very much so. I can recommend either of those for an upgrade from 1060. I forgot what I was putting in here. It was going to be something to track when an aspect of a puzzle was completed. I'll remember at some point. We will remember it at some point. That's right. Fluid dynamics puzzles. Would they work with Ryzen 5 3600 something? Ooh, that might create a bottleneck. So if we went a, what was it, 3600, Ryzen 5 3600, and we're looking at a 5070, just a regular 5070. Are we talking 1080p, or are we talking 1440p, or 4K? For editing 1080p. Okay, so we're talking 1080p. No major bottleneck detected. Your processor and graphics card work together optimally at these resolutions. Expect fluid gameplay, high frame rates, blah, blah, blah. When you have no bottleneck, you gain the best possible balance. So at 4K, there is no bottleneck, apparently. For 1080p, the CPU is going to bottleneck at 1080. So 4K, it's going to be mostly GPU, I reckon. CPU bottleneck means your process can't keep up with the graphics card at these resolutions. This usually leads to lower inconsistent frame rates. So yeah, down here, down at 4K, what's going to happen is your GPU is going to be processing slower. So your CPU is going to be able to keep up with your GPU at 4K. But down at 1440p and 1080p, your GPU is going to be processing a lot faster, but your CPU is not going to be able to keep up with the GPU. So your CPU becomes the bottleneck at the lower resolutions. And you can flip that. So you can flip that by changing this to be like a 7900X and changing this to be like a 1080. Yeah, and going. So now you've got a GPU bottleneck. A GPU bottleneck is preferable to a CPU bottleneck. Your graphics card is fully utilized, but frame rates may be limited at higher resolutions or graphics settings. This is common in visual demanding games. The main drawback, frame rates will be capped by GPU's capability, but CPU stays available for background tasks with multi-threading. So now your GPU is being like limited. Yeah. So yeah. Whereas if you adjust this and you give it, say, a 7900 XT. Now it's all clear because the CPU and the GPU can work together efficiently. So yeah, it's all about making sure that your CPU and your GPU are able to work correctly. Went 9-3-18 as Pocket, MVP, D ranked, what the fuck? I don't know. Again, gamer, I have given up on trying to rank up in Deadlock. I go in, I play, and I've had... Get this, gamer. It's a team-based game, okay? It's a team-based game. So, I will show up. Like, I will go down a lane, I will take out ads and whatnot, and then I will see someone fighting one of the enemy, like one of the opposing heroes. So I'll go over and I'll help him out. Okay? I'll help him out. The kill gets credited to me. They complain. They complain going, you didn't need to steal the kill. I was like, I was helping you in a fight that you were in because it's a team game. Yeah? If I didn't come over and help and you got killed by one of their guys showing up and having a 2-on-1, you'd be bitching and moaning saying, oh, you didn't come and help. So shut up. Get back in your box. Piss off. So many times they do that. So many times. Maybe they should learn to secure. Exactly. Like, maybe if you tried a little bit harder, I wouldn't have to save your ass. So, whenever someone makes that complaint, I purposefully don't help them in a fight. I could be like 15 meters away, watching them getting their ass kicked by two enemies, and I'll just sit there and watch. I'll just be like, oh, well, looks like you need help. Too bad no one's here to help you. It's fun. What was that site? Which one? The bottleneck one. So cpubuilds.com/bottleneck calculator. If you just search CPU bottleneck, search CPU bottleneck and just go to the PC builds one. And it gives you this. Now, how can we turn the iodine clock reaction into a puzzle? But I would want them to pour. Maybe they have to, like, pour a certain amount in. And then after, like, they have to do it so that it times itself to unlock and go, like trigger in a certain order. There's different chemical clock reactions from the calculator. The 5070 is west of the bottleneck. Yeah, Yeah, the 5070 would be like running better than your CPU. Yeah. Chemical clock reactions. Learn how to perform iodine clock and vitamin C clock reactions. So there's a vitamin C and an iodine clock reaction. So the classic iodine clock involves 3 reactions happening simultaneously. First, hydrogen peroxide slowly oxidizes iodine ions to produce molecular iodine. This is the slow rate determining step that controls the timing. Second, vitamin C, ascorbic acid, immediately reduces any iodine back to iodine ions, keeping the solution clear. This is the fast scavenging reaction. Third, the vitamin C is fully consumed. The iodine that continues to be produced encounters starch molecules in the solution and forms the deep blue-black iodine starch complex. This sudden color change occurs because the transition from scavenging to accumulation happens over just a few seconds, even though the underlying production of iodine has been proceeding at a steady rate throughout the entire experiment. This mechanism is called a substrate depletion oscillation, and variations of it appear in biological systems, industrial chemistry, and even population dynamics in ecology. So is there something we can do? Is there something we can do with that? Because it's doing the heavy lifting? Not really because it's doing the heavy lifting, but 800 watt good if it's recommended for a 750. Yeah, 800 watt power supply will be good. It's always better to have a little bit more wattage than what you need. So if you went for like an 850 watt power supply or 1,000 watt power supply, and you want to upgrade your GPU again in the future, you've already got that extra wattage allowance to accommodate the new GPU. So it's always best to budget more. You're bottlenecked by budget? Nothing you can really do about that. Yeah. It's also best not to run Redline on your PSU. Yeah. Just got back. If you want chem puzzles and such, take notes on what you're planning and post in Discord. My wife's a chem teacher. I'm not sure if I want chemical puzzles. I'm looking at more fluid dynamic puzzles. So any puzzles that involve fluids. You know? So which is why I was looking at like the iodine clock reaction. Like see if there's a puzzle there where like the player has to like mix certain amounts of the chemical in order to have the reactions happen in a specific order. Yeah. Or in order to have them all happen at the same time, they have to put more in one, less in another, or less in one, more in another. So that way, by the time they finish getting this one, like by the time this one finishes, this one's been running for longer, but they change at the same time. You know what I mean? But that's really just one puzzle. Like, how do we expand on that? How do we expand on that for more puzzles down the track? What's the highest PSU? You can get some really powerful PSUs. This isn't going to be good. That's a terrible website. Let's see. $900 watt and above. You got 1300 watt, you got 1500 watt, you got 1600 watt. Yeah. So 1600 watt, they're like the highest. Thank you for the follow too, much appreciated. Congrats on elevating yourself to a Gedunt status. Should I always go for Corsair? You don't have to go for Corsair. Like, Corsair's popular, but there's some other ones that are good. Yeah, Corsair does make good PSUs. They make good PSUs, they make good RAM. They make good cooling systems. Yeah. Maybe the clock and color change acts as a delayed switch that toggles door states. So you can pour in the stuff, exit, an open door, color changes, switches. The door you exit closes, changes, but another door opens and you can continue. You can make more complicated fluid flow setup and switch sequences. Yeah. I see what you're saying. The peripherals are okay as I type on a Corsair keyboard. I don't think I have any traditional keyboard manufacturers. I have a Keychron keyboard and I have a Ponage Ultra Custom mouse. So I do like that idea, Pixel. So with that, we could also have it hook up so that the chemical reaction that takes place triggers something else to like progress a liquid down further. Like it causes a lock to open, which pushes another liquid through. So you get through one door, and then one reaction causes another door to open, so that you can get through there while that chemical is moving towards where it needs to get to. I like this idea. I do like this idea. Iodine clock reaction to trigger multiple iodine clock reactions that need to happen in a certain order to... Yeah, exactly. Like the fluid's progressing in the... like you can see the fluid progressing, so you like know where you need to go and stuff like that. Yeah. In a certain order to open the door. Yeah, something like that. Alright, we've got ads, so let's do words. That's good scaffolding. Yeah, it is. I like it. Good idea, Pixel. Alright. I doubt it's shader. Shard. Alright. So that means that E is fake. The E is fake. E. Stop going. Stop typing words with E. Dash, dish, raids, raid, radish. Something tells me we're not gonna get this done because there's only 2 of us. We need 20 more words. Come on, chat. Come on. Nah, didn't get it. You blew it, chat. You blew it. It was a good try, Sammy. It's a good try. That was a tough level. It seems so. It would seem so. Yeah. A fake E is diabolical. I think you mean a fac is diabolical. You're not allowed to say E. What up, zombie? How you doing? I get rid of you. Push you. I mean, that too. Good night, I love you. Good night, you Giddunt. Have a good one. Thanks for popping in. I do currently stream twice a day, just so everyone's aware. You can now take that. But I can castle this way. Smart. That's right. That's right. You run away. In that case, that's fine. Let's see. I'm gonna lose this game. I'm definitely losing this game. I don't know how I turned this around. Yeah, them taking that definitely throws a spanner in the works. I probably should have tried to do that. That probably would have been a better tactic. Instead of going down here, getting that. I'm gonna win this by timeout at this rate. What up, Curious? How you doing? Shit. That's alright. Yeah. Yep. I ruined that. I ruined that by losing my queen. Yeah. Oh, you guessed wrong, Curious. You clutched that, almost ran out of time. I think that they were definitely someone much higher rated. Because picking up all of those moves in a matter of, 5 seconds is, yeah, not something that someone at a 700 rating would be able to do. I was so ill last week that I failed to maintain my 280-ish day chess streak. I'm rather pissed off. Fair. I would be too. Secret puzzles I'm not going to worry about documenting. I want something to replace mechanical. I think that was going to be light color. Alright. What I want to do... let's get rid of all that. I want to import... Let's import FBX. JRO. Heads, hull and armor, connections, hands and feet. So all of these new collection, we're going to grab all of these. And what we're going to need to do, drop them under there. Delete those. Delete those. All of these connections here. And this one here would be... What up, Wind? How you doing? New collection. Pets. Right there. Oops. So these are the different heads that we have to work with. I was like, which ones do we go with? I feel like I want to go with this one. Or this one. Or this one. I feel like those are the three that I want to go with. You know? These other ones here we could use as like different props and stuff. Like maybe have it as like a projector or something. You know, have like this one here as a projector. Something like that. Maybe... like maybe this one here. Yeah, we could have... Maybe we have this one where it like changes color for the light and color one. It's like hanging from the roof or being projected from somewhere or something. And like this here goes back, rotates out, and then comes back forward as a different color. You know? I guess we could do that for any of them. I guess any of them could do that. But yeah, I do think these three, because I want to have the eyes do stuff. You know? I've got plans for the eyes of the robots. It's like, obviously this one's more of a feminine. So I'm not sure we want that. Maybe we have them both generic. Maybe we have them like that. And then the player can, like, have the robots change their face, their head, to make them to be like a comfortability type of thing. So I was like, they change between those. And it's like it helped, like, do you want them to look creepy like this? I guess with this one here, all of that's detached. So I could even have that, like, as they talk. Like, whereas this one here doesn't have that. But you could still have stuff like, goes up, goes out, goes up, and rotates. Sort of thing. And like we can have something. There's a lot of stuff we can do. What parts of this? So that entire thing. Yeah, but there's nothing. It doesn't really connect to anything, does it? There's nothing holding them in place. What if? What if it was that instead? What if what I have planned for the eyes is instead done through these on each of the different heads? Because that way, if we started out as this one, and this one conforms to whatever head shape player wants. I actually wonder. Yeah, no. So this one here. So we can definitely have this thing, like, do, like, full rotations. I wonder if that's something I can do with all of these. I'd definitely be able to have you rotate and face that way as well. Okay. And this one here. Yeah, that one wouldn't. I don't think this one would be able to rotate. Maybe. I have played The Witness. That is correct. This one can also do a full 360. Okay, so I think if we stick with those four, maybe we can't have that one because it doesn't rotate around a central point. Like that one's base there is connected to it all. This one's got an independent base. These two have an independent base. This one has an independent base. About this one. Nah, that can't rotate 180. The head needs to be able to rotate 180. It could be that one. Could also go that one. You have like a shader there for the voice of this one. This one has like a shader there for its voice, or this one the mouth opens and closes. This one has like, I suppose I can have the eyes display on the front. That could be a good idea. Let's just stick with those four heads. We can stick with those four heads, and I can put in, I know exactly what I need to do with this one. So this one here, the mouth won't move when they speak. Alright. And I'm gonna put in dialogue for the player to be like, what? Like, your mouth doesn't move when you speak. And then just have the robot be like, I'm not that kind of robot. And then they walk away from the player. Get it? Get it? I think we can get rid of all these. All of those we can delete. Oh damn, what is with my throat? Oh my god. Alright. The secret word is 6 letters. It's 6 letters long. So, you gotta guess, Sammy. You gotta guess. Nah, it's not. Nah, it's not. Apply the scale. Apply the rotation. This one here. Transform pivot point. That'll work. I like that. Because now this one, we can actually have that rotate. Yeah. Base project setup script now works. Adds folders, colors them, makes changes to project config. Nice. This one here. I'm going to pop this into Blender. We're going to go new folder. This will be puzzler meshes. This will be robots. Okay. Excellent. I like that. Connections. So what we could do... I feel like that'll be the best one for the hips. Or maybe we use those two. That for one of them, that for the other. Yeah. So that way they each have... They each have something unique about them. And then that can be the torso of that one. And what can be the torso of you? Like torso, so waist, torso. And then this one could have as it could have that as a torso. It goes around, like that wraps around it sort of thing. To cover up the fact that there is no connection there. Unless we get... Unless we like grab one of these connections here. Like that one there. We rotate it. Put it on the bottom of that. And then have it connecting to that. I guess that's the other issue. I'd need... Like, notice how those two are both going the same way. I guess that could work. I can work with that. I can adjust the model slightly to use that. Yeah, that would work. Some of this stuff we're never gonna use. So like these ones here, I don't see us ever using these. Like maybe we use that to like hold some stuff. Maybe we use that. Those two we definitely won't use. I'm not going to say definitely won't use. Like, we can definitely use a bit of this. We can definitely use a bit of this as like random stuff. Like these connections here, we could have that in some of the rooms. Yeah. The bodies. All right. So it would be something here. We'd go with that one for one of them. And that one for an... Go for that one for one of them. I reckon that one would work. So that one... So that there goes around that. Like if I duplicate that, move it over. Um, Can't really scale it down though, can I? Yeah, see how it's sticking through there? Maybe we don't do that. Yeah, maybe we just leave it as that. So, like, that one would be connected up there. We got the arms, and we'll have the legs down there. We'll have the head up there. And then this one would be... up there. Arms there, legs there. Head there. I think that works. I think those work well. Alright. So we have an idea of what our robots will be. Duplicate those. Invert. Hide. Feels like it could be another pair of legs, though. Yeah, that feels like it's another pair of legs, being honest. I think maybe we get rid of this. Let's create a new collection. Robots. Under there. All right. These ones here. All transforms. They basically connect up perfectly. Which body goes well? You. Preferably one that's mostly enclosed. Like, we could go this one. And then what we need to do is we'll need to get something in the middle of it. So we have to set up the middle of it. Alright. So we have robot waist A and robot body A. And so this will be one robot's body and waist. Then we connect up some arms and whatnot so that this stuff here this thing here can rotate like not based on its origin. Obviously it'll have like its own origin stuff, like based on the bones and whatnot. Like it would rotate out and rotate around within that socket. So it has like proper movement and such. And then here is where the arm can bend. We have the head up the top there. So the heads probably need to be scaled down a bit so they don't look insanely huge. Do you think that head's too big? You got the torso and waist. I feel like it needs to be smaller. It needs to condense down a bit. Yeah, maybe there. Yeah, that looks better. But also, yeah, that looks good. Like this one here, we can probably... Yeah, that looks better. Too large. Yep, that feels about right. Dorcas Malorcus? What? I'm a Dorcas Malorcus. Why would you say something so insulting? How dare you? After everything I haven't done for you. I feel that's the perfect spot for it. My god, that works super well. Holy damn. That's... Oh, damn. Beautiful. All right. So that's one body with one head, or that head, or that head, or that head. Then you have this body with that head, or that head, or that head, or that head. And now I need to get something in here that like fleshes out the rest of that body. All right. I like that. I like that. Okay, so we know what we're doing in terms of our puzzles for the most part. So what we need to do next, I think what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to start outlining, like blocking out what the main room that the player is in, like what that room is, and the hallway out of their room to each of the different categories. So we'll just like put in some standard, like, you know, just box meshes to kind of outline it and whatnot, to give us sort of a layout of everything. And then we can probably start working on a player controller and a camera and stuff, have the player moving around. Yeah, start fleshing it out, getting it built, set up our UI, so have it like pop up the main thing and then fade out. Pagoli? He knows I mentioned him, so that would be pointless. I don't think so. I don't think so. I didn't know Pagoli streamed. Hang on. I knew he streamed. Why am I not? I swear I was following him, right? I am. There he is. I was like, why can't I see him in my list? I completely missed the name. I completely overlooked it. Jeepers. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you think. Doesn't matter what you think. That is the end of my time, though. So I'm not, like, this time tomorrow I'm not streaming. So tomorrow I'm taking the day off to prepare for the 24-hour stream. I am streaming tonight in 5 hours, where we'll start to stub out a bit more stuff. And we'll also document what we need for the demo. So yeah, we'll start getting that stuff organized tonight, I think. What else is there that we need to do? Let's see. I think, yeah, we can start working on the logic now that we know what we want to build. Yeah. Don't forget to say hi to them either, alright? Say hi, make it known that you're raiding in, okay? Make them realize it's happening. That's what you need. You need to make them realize, right? I'll see you in 5-ish hours. Have a good one. You get dunce.